I'm up and running. Okay, good. Let me change the stream description. And the on-screen text. All right. Cool. So I've got no grind, no limits is for a couple of decks like Gyeongmi, who you'll see. And Speed Dice Color is just a nice aesthetic mod. And the Extra Cards mod is something I found while I was looking to see if anyone had made mods to support this whole thing. So what I did recently, I speedran the game in order to get every reception available to look at, and then I went through and did all of the stuff so that I could have at least one of every key page. Oh yeah, let me drop all that, because I need to be able to compare. Most glaring example here. Let's take a look over at these rats, shall we? 10 HP, 5 stagger resist, 1 to 2 speed on the dice, and these resistances. All of them, to the last one. Now let's take a look at these key page stats, shall we? 42 HP, 22 stagger resist, and 1 to 4 speed. Oh, that ain't right! Oh, and it gets worse. Take a good look at Backstreet's dash right here, okay? And Skitter Away, and Dirty Blow. You see this dice on Dirty Blow? I gotta send the invitation to see it. Dirty Blow. 1 to 1, 1 to 2. No effects. Bite Off. 1 to 2. Backstreet's Dash. 1 to 2. Skitter Away. 1 to 3. These liars. Oh, and Gut Harvesting is a 1 cost with a 1 to 2. And Rat's Guide to Survival is... Ugh. These liars. Lying liars, lying about what their pages do. This is not what your pages do. So that's the rats. And it only gets worse from there. A Yoon's Office Fixer. Slash of a grade 9 Fixer. 50% chance to boost slash damage by +1. 43 HP, 22 stagger resist, 1 to 4 speed. With those resistances. But I think you fail to consider that there are two different resistance sets that these fixers have. These are grade 9 Yoon's Office Fixers. This is Finn. And these are Yoon's Fixer. And they have three different resistance sets. And oh, did I forget to mention, they also have the grade 9 Yoon's Fixers have 10 HP, 5 stagger resist, and 1 to 2 speed. Alright, hold up, let me just... Let me just get the Book of the Rats real quick. Because I gotta invite those guys in order to show off what they're about. Because, see, at least their pages are normal. Even if they only have 2 of each. At least their pages are normal. And then Finn. Let's take a look at these pages. Looks familiar, right? These are the actual pages that we get. So the only new pages we really have to make are for the rats. Because the Book of Tamari gives us Whip of Love, Would a Square Look Nice, Love Town Welcomes All, Ruckus, and Let's Play. There is no Tamari's page, though. So we'd have to make Tamari's page. But we can get the other pages, except for the Pomelins. We cannot get the Pomelins. We have to make those ourselves. And there are other cases where we have a couple of new pages to get. As you can see, the rats don't give us the pages that they aren't giving us but are actually using. Also, there's a couple of pages for Lulu that we don't get. Oh man, I gotta check now. Do we actually get off with their head? No, we don't. So, off with their head from the Axe Gang. Also, get downward cleave, I don't know if we get to... Yep, we don't get downward cleave either. Yeah, there's a bunch of extra pages that we can get from this mod because of them just not normally being available to us. And those are important for recreating decks. But even then, there's a couple of decks that we can't recreate. Because... But they're kind of shit anyway, so we're probably not gonna use them. Still, it's important that we get the option. Oh yeah! All of the crying children pages that we can't get because they're not like Rue we don't normally get, I think. We definitely don't normally get Murmur, Wingstroke, Victimize, Bygone Illusion, or Distorted Illusion. Bygone Illusion is not 2 dice, it's 3. We also never get Rueful Eventide, normally. And there's a couple of pages even still that we don't get, like... Fuck, I forget the names. Actually, hold up. No, I remember them. The... fucking... whatchamacallit... Well, there's the fist ones from this too, but there's pages that we don't get from Crying Children, like Restrain and the ranged page and the mass attack that I am also going to be recreating, maybe. I'm still iffy on whether I even want to deal with, like, shimmering as a passive. Like, what the fuck am I doing with that? I'm iffy, but... yeah. The traces are also a thing we don't normally get that I'm gonna have fun with. Huh. I never noticed that you only get Augury Kick from Mirine. There's a bunch of... Actually, I'm not sure if Let the Show Begin is in the base game or not anymore. But yeah, so the assignment today is to figure out every difference between key pages and combat pages that we get and the ones that the enemies have. Examples include Lulu's page. These blunt boosts aren't on Lulu's actual key page that we get. And for the reception itself, here, let me just speed through this real quick. God, Roland's animations are so long. Shoot gun. Good. As you can see, there's a couple of extra pages we don't normally get, like Set Ablaze and Eat My Flaming Bat. Eat My Flaming Bat has a better evade die, a better block die, and a better attacking die. Set Ablaze has one extra die on it. We don't get these normally. And even the extra... Even the extra cards mod doesn't give them. Alright, Roland, shoot gun. Sorry, I never use these pages, so I never look at them. And I'm just kind of curious what they actually do. Because you get these at the very end of the game after you've done everything. You never have a reason to use them. Except, I guess, if you're doing extra invitations from mods and stuff, but I don't do those. I don't really do those for this game. I don't like them all that much. Okay. But yeah. Those are the things that we're working with. And for the multi-act receptions, we won't be able to see what we're missing unless we specifically change what we're doing. Oh yeah, these two aren't playable to begin with, so we're not worried about them. Anyways, first up is the rats. And I'm just gonna take pictures with my phone. Simple as that. We can just do that. It works. And we'll invite them real quick to see their pages. And back out. These two have the same. Yun just has different HP and stagger resist, same with Eri. Oh wait, Yun also has a different speed value. And now... Mo... We basically gotta go through all of these early receptions and take pictures of them so that we have the real HP, speed, and stagger resist stats. Most of the pages are actually normal. For Jack. Oh damn, actually, hold up. Right! None of these guys have any passives either. Nobody has passives until Urban Myth. When Jack and Pierre both have instant cooking and the one that Jack has, I forget. Emergency rations. Oh right, I gotta receive Jack and Pierre and get their books so I can check the pages. These all look normal. Keep it fresh. Yeah, these Jack and Pierre's combat pages are normal. Good. Alright. Okay? Obviously, their stats are absolutely different. So we gotta take pictures of these, but so some is Silent Night, Fleet Footsteps, Gather Intel, Non-Stop Assault. Those all look normal. Prepared Mind is pretty normal. Deflect. Taste My Flaming Bat. And Set Fire. Those pages are all normal. And like we've already covered, hey, first off, key page, Lulu's friend, Pierce weakness, blunt stagger weak, Pierce weakness, blunt weakness. These first two Lulu's friends have different weaknesses than any of her pages. And obviously the stats are different too. And of course Lulu has extra passives that she doesn't normally have. And better resistances than she normally has, I think, too. And then there's the Zwei crew, where one of them has... These two have the same, but this one's different for some reason. I wonder why. Their pages... Diversion, Sharp Swipe, Back Attack, Avert, and Retaliate. Do we ever get Diversion? Combat pages. Standoff. And Avert. We never get Diversion. So first off, obviously, we gotta take the pictures of their stats. These two are the exact same, but this one's a little bit beefier and has slash weakness and blunt stagger resistance for some reason. No idea why. And diversion is a page that we never get. Sharp Swipe. Hey, combat pages. Do we ever get Sharp Swipe? No, we don't. I'm already learning. And then... yet again, there's another spy crew that has a different resistance set. San has different stats again, and so does Julia. Alright, and... standoff. And again, I just gotta see... Alright. Well, AL that, and Durandal for the cool. Durandal for the cool look. Okay. So, these pages, once again. San gets Retaliate, which looks normal. And Silent Night, which is different than it was originally. Huh. Your shield looks about normal. Fence. Retaliate. Alright. Let's just... combat pages. Silent Night. So this Silent Night is different. We gotta take a picture of it. And this Gather Intel is probably different too. Yeah, it's definitely different because it's called handling work. Yep, the stats are different on handling work as opposed to gather intel. The first two dice are a bit different. handling work looks like that, yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, no. There's all these tiny little card differences. Tiny little ways that what you get out of the enemies is not what they were. Just a bit stronger. Even the pages themselves. So, of course, now and murder these folks in cold blood. Well, these pages are pretty normal. Except for diversion that we never get to use, but we've talked about that already. And then again, we have different stats and different passives. We have bonus passives for Youngmi. Different stats for Dino and Zulu. And the stray dogs themselves. The pages are normal though, I know that. I remember that. Olga doesn't have any new passives, neither does Mika, neither does Rain, but they've got different stats. And then there's these other hook office fixers, whose stats are different from normal. Oh, and I gotta check. I just gotta, you know? Yeah. Alright. And then we've got these guys who are once again different stats from what they have as pages. And again, different stats from what they have as pages. And again, different stats from what they have as pages. And here's a real treat. And then watch what happens if we put the Muller office books in the Axe Gang. Look at this fucker. Blunt Mastery, Block Mastery, Evade Mastery. And I don't even get to use that page. Anyways, now we're on to the ones where I'm not actually sure if the stats are different. Key page, Urban Plague, 64 and 34 and 2 to 5 speed, / weakness. 58, 29 / weakness. Yep, they're different. Okay, yeah. These are definitely different than they were. So, we gotta take pictures of these. But we're also at the point of mostly one-act receptions, so... Oh yeah, Pierce Boost and Blunt Boost are not on those pages normally. We are luckily at the point of one-act receptions where I largely don't have to fight anyone to find things. I'm a little bit iffy now on... Here is one of several questions. Oh, sorry, I just saw you in chat. the rules for this challenge that I'm currently setting up for are I can only use the exact decks as they exist in the reception. So for example, Youngmi's page doesn't have speed, but it has Slash Stunner and Blunt Stunner, and his deck has 4 Brawls and 4 Scratch That's, normally. So if I want to use Youngmi's page, I have to use that exact setup. No speed, Blunt Stunner and Slash Stunner, and 4 Brawls, 4 Scratch That's. I have to literally entirely recreate the pages as they exist in the receptions, including their weaknesses to attack types, their speed dice, and their HP and stagger resistance too. I have had this one cooking in my head for a while. I've mainly been trying to figure out stuff like, for example, how do I handle Philip's page? How do I handle pages that have shimmering? Like Philip. And Philip. This one's going to be one of the rare occasions where I actually... That's what the reception editor's for. I'm going to be creating workshop receptions to give me pages like Youngmi's key page that don't exist. Or like all of the Canard pages, like the rats, that their combat pages don't exist. Their key pages don't exist. The fact that I am using the reception editor at all is why I am allowing myself to... which is why I'm requiring myself to also recreate the stats. I'm kind of curious now, is Salvador's key page actually the same as his reception key page? No, he has less HP in his key page and a little more stagger resist. Neat. But his passives are all the same. Yuna is 64, 34, 2-5, and I know Yuna's resistances by heart. She has less HP and stagger resist. And then Philip, you can't normally use. Yeah, that's one of the rare questions that I've been trying to figure out. What do I do with this? Because, like, the other thing, Philip's page is Unstable Ego Philip, and not Crying Children or Dawn Office Philip. And so I'm asking myself, what do I do with these? Which Philip do I use as reference, or do I make multiple Philips? What do I do about shimmering? What do I do with the Lovetown pages? Because Lovetown... these guys have pages called Pomelins that you can't get normally. Also Tamari. But here's the special thing is none of these have key pages that you can ever get. So if I'm going to include those as playable, I gotta make those key pages and I gotta figure out what the hell do I put on them. Because I'm not sure that, like, the Power of Love or Dernier Armor even work for a normal librarian. Okay, so Shimmering's a weird one because each instance of Shimmering in the game is actually a different passive. All of them are just called Shimmering the same. And they're a different passive because they all use different code that essentially describes the boss behavior. Yeah, there's 46 of them, basically. You've got Shimmering for each of the Reverb members, each of the Encore members. You've got Shimmerings for Oswald's backups. I think there's a Shimmering for both, like... There's a bunch of shimmerings on the reverb ensemble, a bunch of them on the distorted ensemble. There's several for the Black Silence. And I'm fairly certain these two technically have shimmering, and it's just not under their thing. There's no shimmerings in the Hana Association, but these are shimmering. The proxies are shimmering. Iori is shimmering. Xiao is shimmering. And Miris is also shimmering, and so is Unstable Ego Xiao. These ones are shimmering, but not these three. Just Emma and Noah. And Crying Children is shimmering, but not the kitties. Just the big guy. And Philip and Tamari are shimmering. There's so many shimmerings. And I'm like, how do I deal with that? Do I just, like, recreate their speed dice and then have the deck as it exists? Or do I go all in and try and find what the exact code for their shimmering is in order to apply that in the invitation editor? Because if I do apply shimmering as it actually exists, that does sort of trivialize things a bit, is the thing. Because there's a lot of light economy stuff that the boss fights don't bother with because they have shimmering. There's page economy stuff that they don't bother with because they have shimmering. They're supposed to have very specific set patterns, and it's not just a deck that you get to use. But then some bosses, like, well, best example I can bring up is Second Act Xiao, get pages from their shimmering that aren't in their deck. Like, at all. And then there's the question of how do I handle a passive like Kali, which is designed for you to have 700 HP. Like, how do I handle the boss fights like that, where the page is designed to be solo going up against you? Those things just trivialize stuff. There's a part of me that wants to say, if the page has shimmering, I'm not allowed to use it. But then I'm locking myself out of a lot of very interesting decks. That's actually really good. That is an amazing idea. If I'm using a page with shimmering, I can only use the one librarian. Good idea. Thank you. That's just a solution to the problem, I think. Because these pages with shimmering are designed to be solo boss fights. I'm like, that would balance it out a bit, so I can't have a bunch of backup dancers just ruining the goddamn balance. Anyways, back to taking pictures of all of the key pages so that I have their stats exactly right. I think with that said, I actually am going to recreate Philip's page too. I know for a fact these ones have different stats. And with that said, first off, this Philip is different from Dawn Office Philip. He has 10 more health. But that's it. This Philip, however, is also different from Dawn Office Philip. But that's probably more obvious. I think it's kind of funny as you get further into the game, the enemies actually get more HP than their pages eventually. Oh, I only need a picture for one of these. All right. And the index proselytes. These ones are fun. And okay, just checking. None of them have it. Those three aren't very good, but I'm taking pictures anyway just in case I end up using them. They call the puppet page you get from these guys a puppets page, but they're actually the nimble puppets. And finally, this is the one that I will have to, like, actually go through, so I'm gonna save that for later. Now then. Yes, I'm taking pictures of the hands. So, these index proselytes are different from the ones before, but they're also different from the ones in Act 2. And the second reception. Are these the same? No, they have less health. And finally, Boris. Alright. Now, the thing about Argalia here is he barely has anything to him, really. But you also aren't supposed to get his page at all until the Reverb Ensemble reception. Because, like, look at him. He is just here to scout. I'm gonna take a picture of him, and I might use his page. I might make his page the same way I am with Philip. Yeah. I know there is, but it's easier to do this in the game because I can also very quickly swap over to the stuff for the general receptions, and I can see stats for pages and stuff easier for most things. I have seen the Library of Ruina wiki. Yes. Oh yeah. All the speed dice stuff for Kali is contained in the Kali passive, I'm pretty sure. Because these two are available to you. Also, the Retaliate passive has there's two different Retaliate passives. And I think that's funny. This is 9-cost Retaliate. Oh, Tiferet. I have not actually heard of the Tiferet database until today. If it does have everything, that's going to be way more useful. I'm going to look that up real quick, just to see. Nice. Tiferet database. Stages. Rats. Their pages. Oh, this is so useful. This has everything. But the real test. Oh, it doesn't have everything for the crying children, though. Like, it's got all the combat pages and stuff, and that's nice. But sure as hell doesn't have all the pages used, really. Because it's missing Fiery Dragon Slash from Act 2 Xiao. Yeah, I know it isn't technically new acts, but because they're different stages of the fight, there's stuff that isn't displayed at points because of that, and that's a problem. Because I need that information. I need to know what pages they use, because my goal here is to accurately recreate this stuff. Yeah, this will be really useful for just cross-referencing for most things, but I do still need some information from the receptions then. Which is nice for me, because it means I can delete all these photos. Let me handle that real quick. I do know quite a lot about this game, though, so I do know what I'm looking for. And for a lot of the phases of crying children, at least, they only use a certain set of pages over and over. Which means I only need to see the face once to see what I'm working with. Which means I can speed through it for the most part. And that's nice. Means I have less work to do. God, I wish there was a mass delete button. Fuck it, I'll handle that later. For now... Gabara solo. Oh wait. Passives. We want Blood Fiendish. We want Mio's Prowess. And we want something one cost. Fuck it, skim prescript. That's always useful. I'm just trying to set something up quick and dirty for this. I don't really care about super optimization. Yeah. I mean, if I'm doing Blood Fiendish, I don't need Keeping in Stride because I've already got the healing from that. Alright. Oh, shit, right. I forgot that this one isn't truly soloable for most things. Oh, nice. Got a bit lucky there, though. We'll pop Roll of the Wolf on there. We can eat 2 attacks. Yeah, but it's possible like this, technically due to counter dice, but it's only barely possible normally because of Deflect Assault on Eugen's page, which is not a good solution. Absorption it is. Hell yeah. Alright! We're free. And now... I just gotta pray that this works. I picked absorption so I could get the healing. And we instincts. And we're already back up to 80 HP. Okay. So, important to note, I know that this reception has 7 phases, and each phase uses the same pages every turn. So I'm going to take pictures of the pages used, Distorted Illusion and Bygone Illusion, all the same. Fuck it, if we're Gebra soloing, we're gonna do Shell. I don't want to get staggered ever again. Ah, hell. Well, I'm staggering anyway. I really should have brought someone else into this. Oh yeah, Here's your daily reminder that the music actually breaks in this fight. And it's supposed to change back to the whispers. Anyways, I let that one die because I didn't want to keep going with it, because I could see it was not going well. So this time I'm going to just put a couple of people in just to, like, eat hits. Oh, really? Where is it? I couldn't find it in the reception data on the thing. Is it... Ah. Cool. Cards. Availability. Enemy only. Chapter. Urban Nightmare. Search. Okay. That gets me the cards, and that's nice, but I also need the passives, because I think that the passives for some of these things are different. Ah, right. Yeah. Key pages. Chapter. Urban Nightmare. Search. Yeah. Ah. Search by key page name. Crying Children. No, I'm only getting the unstable page of the Crying Children when I do that. Okay, I'm... Rarity... Nothing... Oh! Type... Guest. Search all Crying Children. Found it! So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Found it. Hooray. This is the crying children from Philip's reception. This is the unspeaking child, unseeing, unhearing. The different phases have different HP values. Here's the other issue, though. The TIFF database doesn't have the starting HP for the crying children phases. The big guy has different starting HP from the max HP. Also, the last crying child has different stats. Anyways, I've got... Yeah. So I do have to actually do this, but I don't have to work that hard to get through. But yeah, it is kind of worth it to see what the pages are, what combat pages they use as well. So these first ones only use Murmur. And of course, this Precarious Mind passive adds a thing to the page Murmur. There's the Unseeing, Unhearing, Unspeaking Child passive that is gone now because I've staggered them all. I'm just gonna take a picture of this page just in case it says something else. But this first phase only uses Murmur. And even if the reception data says that they only have Murmur, it's still going to be a good reminder to myself about this phase and what's in it. But Roll of the Wolf. And because I have Blood Fiendish, I'm gonna go with Fear of Water. Because it'll boost my damage and get me through this stuff faster. And it also means that Blood Fiendish will always have some recovery to do. Alright. I've already taken pictures for this one, but just in case, I'm also gonna take a picture of the actual actor itself so that I can get the starting HP right. Anyways. Spear. Spear. Focus Spirit. And we'll add an upstanding slash in there too. Alright. Full picture of these ones because they start with 92, they have different stats. And obviously, they still have the same that, and they use Murmur. Important things to know. Alright. Phase 2. Passives are different technically, but they're basically the same. The real thing is this HP bar start. Now, we get Wound of Sorrow, Restrain, Bygone, and Distorted. Alright, new phase. New stats, same passives, and we're using Wing Stroke now. Okay. As easy as this is, it's pretty... As easy as this is, it's pretty long, and P plus space is still, like... P plus space doesn't consistently spread my attacks out the way that I want them to be spread. So, I don't use it. Alright. Once again. New phase. Time to take some photos. Inconsolable Grief. Wound of Sorrow. Restrain. Bygone Illusion. Wound of Sorrow. And the last phase. This one uses Victimize. And there we go. Yeah, I had to do that in order to get the information I need about things. But for every other reception that we can reasonably, like, get a key page from in the first place, because I'm not going to go through every phase of the reception of the Black Silence in order to have the key pages for that. Nor am I going to do that to the Distorted Ensemble or these. Because the whole point of this is that Black Silence, Cater Realization, Distorted Ensemble, and the reception of the head is like it's a rush of quick battles back to back. You're not even really supposed to, like, stop between them. So I think that's where our needs end for most of this stuff. And in terms of the pages they have... Hold up, I don't need to go into the reception to check this one. I can just go to stages, crying, stages, Distorted Yawn. Distorted Yawn's pages, he's got... All those pages are actually listed. And Iori doesn't use any pages that she's hiding from us. Lure de Loup isn't hiding anything from us. Combusting Courage, Fierce Spirit, Wound of Sorrow, Restrain, Searing resolution. Okay, there's some pages missing from Philip's reception, but it's not like the phases... Actually, wait, yeah, there are some differences. There's passive differences from phase to phase for Philip, but not for Eileen. I think there might be passive differences for Greta, but I don't remember. This one, the Bremen definitely have them. 8 o'clock Circus, I don't think has any. Tanya definitely doesn't have any. Jahan... Yeah, no, Jahan's fine. I think for most of these things we can get what we're looking for just from TIFRF database. It's not going to be a trivial amount of work to set all this stuff up right now in the first place. I think, realistically, something I could do. Yeah. Realistically, right now, I think I can just go through most things, and I'll handle all the shimmering stuff later when I get to it. So for now, I'm going to quit game. And I'm going to open the invitation editor. And we're going to go reception by reception through the TIFRF database and painstakingly recreate every single one of these key pages because they're all different from the ones we actually get. Let's give it a sec to respond. All right. English, new item. Alright. Let me make my way over to my library of Ruina files in order to put this item somewhere. Common. Library of Ruina. Data. Mods. Select folder. ID. True key pages. True pages. Not going to set a thumbnail for now. So first off, add load image. Enter. Range far. Cost 0. First die. 1-to-1. Detail slash motion fire. Dice ability. All. Search. Damage. Oh wait, right. Page ability. Search. Damage. On use. Deal damage to self. Zero cost. Add an enemy page data. Name. Argalia's bigger in his roll and fight. That's funny. I never noticed that somehow. Alright. JK. Edit. Done. Passives. None. Dialogue. Collect my pages. We'll just put that in for everything. Name. This is explicitly going to be a placeholder. Add. Pete the Rat page. HP 10, 5 break. It's 1 to 2. I think he only starts with 2 light. I think they start with less light than normal too. Does Tiferet database have that listed? Rats. Additional data. Feet. Base light. Okay. So I can find the base light on Tiferet database. Thank God. That was going to be a headache and a half. Max default light and starting light. Yeah. He's a rat. I'm not going to use this page, probably. The placeholder for this, the placeholder text for all of this is going to be collect my pages. I hope I don't need to explain why. Pete. Passives, none. Slash fatal hit weak slash fatal hit weak. All right. Yeah, the all of the text in this is directly translated from Korean, not translated the way that they did in the game, where Cool Kids Club actually did localization work too, to make, for example, penetrate into pierce and hit into blunt, because those words make more sense in the context. These are just literal translations. So you get break instead of stagger resist. And you get you get penetrate instead of pierce, and hit instead of blunt. And the all right, yeah, I can tell what it is because like it's not that far off from what it normally is. Lenny the Rats page. HP 10, break 5, 1 to 2. Fatal. Weak. Fatal. Collect my pages. Lenny. Done. 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 Add Mangchi Rats page. One to 2, 1 light each. You're weak to slash and fatal to pierce. I have basically all of this stuff from the early game memorized because I've redone it so many times. Have I mentioned that I speedrun this game? Alright. It's a very tiny scene, but there's speedruns in this game. Oh yeah, these guys start with 2 light, by the way. It's a very tiny scene, but people speedrun this game in all 3 of the ending categories, basically. And there's like 8 total speedruns for the entire leaderboard set. I have not had the single segment time to record a speed run, but maybe someday I will. All right. Name, we're looking at Yun's grade 9 fixer, page 1, HP 10, 5. All right. Now we're getting to the ones where we're like, all right. Back to stages. Yun's office fixers. 10 to 5, 1 to 2, weak fatal, weak fatal. Wait, hold up. There's only one Yun's grade 9 fixer. Grade 9 Yun's fixer. Weak, fatal, weak, fatal. Basically any game that exists, there is going to be a speedrun for it. Yun. Unit 3. Add grade 9 fixer Finn's page. Oh, wait. Yun's office rookie Finn. And Finn has 18 and 4 and speed 1 to 2. And I forget if he has 2 or 3 starting light. Um, so yeah, I am going to edit the book rarity. I'm going to edit the page rarity to match the actual page rarity of this stuff, but basically the idea is I'm going to make a workshop reception for each city threat level so that you don't have to do too many of them. This whole idea is designed to be done with the no grind mod, just so that it saves a lot of time on all kinds of things. But I'm going to have a custom reception for each city threat level that you can do when you unlock that threat level, and then you have all your pages. But for the purposes of the challenge run, I can just force myself to not like do stuff that I'm not supposed to be allowed to, like use pages that I don't have yet. Finn starts with 2 max light and 0 light. Also, I guess I should really check just to make sure. I remember these guys starting with 2 light and then bumping up to 3. But am I misremembering and they start with 0 light? Yeah, they start with 0. Okay. And Finn is weak to... Yep, I remembered. Weak story. Collect my pages. Finn. Done. Rarity. Hardcover. Done. And I gotta edit this so that they start with 0. Oh, right. I gotta add Rat's Dirty Blow. 2 dice. It's min-max 1 to 1 and 1 to 2. Hit, hit, dice ability none, guard, guard. Yeah, it will take a while. This is kind of what you're here for. Rarity, limited, chapter, canard. add rats bite off. One to two. Hit. Hit. Rarity hardcover. Rats Backstreet Stash. Whoop. The max on that is not 21. Pierce. Pierce. Rarity hardcover. Rats skitter away. Hardcover. Death. Evasion. Evasion. 1, 2, 3. All right. Yeah, I am gonna make it public. I make stuff public when I'm done playing through it. Hold up. Okay. One. Forgot about the page cost real quick. All right. And then add rats dot harvesting and that costs 1. Slash it's limited and we'll call this one Rat's Survival Guide because Rat's Guide to Survival is already the rats in the normal version. Slash 1 to 1. Dodge 1 to 2. No abilities. 1 cost. Alright. There we go. We've got all the custom pages we need, so now we just need the key pages. And we're on to Yun 3. Yun's Fixer, page 1. Fatal to slash, weak to blunt. And collect my pages. These guys... We're at the point where we're starting with full light and 3 light again, right? Or is that Brotherhood of Iron where we start doing that? It says 0 to 2. 2, 0. 1 to 3. 17 and 8. Alright, cool. No passives. Yun. Unit 1. Collect my pages. Yun's Fixer, page 2. Seventeen, 8, 1 to 3, 2, 0, slash is normal, weak, fatal, weak, fatal. Collect my pages, select skin, Yun, unit 2. Canard paperback, add, Yun's Fixer, Aries page. Twenty-two and 8, 1 to 3, weak, 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 fatal. 22, 8, 1 to 3, 2, 0, weak, fatal, weak, fatal. Collect my pages. Every. Rarity hardcover. Add. Office. Rep Yun's page. And you have 22 and 10 with 2 to 3. Our first base speed above 1. Truly. Revolutionary leaps forward in technology. Collect my pages. Yun. Rarity limited. No limits. The no limits mod fucks a little bit with the key page limits too, which is why the rarity levels are actually kind of important, because they're a reminder how many of these you're supposed to have. And that's important so that I don't accidentally use more than 3 limited edition pages or more than 1 object art. Anyways, Dropbook info. Name. Add. Name. Collect my pages. Height. 170 to 170. Key page. Collect my pages. Reward. Collect my page. Book of Canard's Guests. Add. Canard Libraries Archives. One book, one wave, one floor. I'll collect my pages. Start button, no story. Done. All right, and now we add more pages. All right, POI, we've got 24 and 12, 1 to 3 for Mo. Ah, right, 12, not 10. 12, 1 to 3. Please, God, tell me that Mo has... Why does it say that they start with 0 light? There's... Okay, I gotta check. Does it say that they start with 0 light because they actually do? Okay, yeah, Youngmi has 3 light to start with, so clearly that's correct. You know what? I think it's probably more interesting to look at my display capture than it is to look at this same invitation editor screen all the time. So I'm gonna turn that on and you can actually hopefully see get a brief flash of OBS. And here we go. Now you get to see what I'm looking at too. Hello, TIFF database. So max light, starting light, 1 to 3 speed, and Mo is the one who is fatal to Pierce. Collect my pages. Mo. You're in Canard, so you've got no passives. Mo's a limited, but the other ones are hardcover. Iron Brother Consta's page. 22 and 6, 1 to 3. Weak, weak, and fatal. Weak, weak, and fatal. 22, 6, 1 to 3, 2, 0. Canard hardcover. Consta. Collect my pages. Add Iron Brother Gold page. 22, 10, 1 to 3. Weak, weak, and fatal. 10, 1 to 3, 2, 0. Fatal, weak. Collect my pages. Oh, nice. Arnold's right there. Whoops, almost forgot to set that to hardcover. And Oops, that's OBS, not the Tiffy database. My bad. As there are urban myth hook fixers. We've got to name it like this. $18.7, weak fatal, fatal, fatal. 1 to 4 speed. Finally, speed dice that match the librarians. Why does this say they have hook? Oh, right. These ones are the ones that don't have hook. For once in our lives, we see an enemy that has a passive. We have the technology. All right. Is this where we start getting enemies with full light, or... All right, I'm still... Weak, fatal, fatal, fatal. Weak, fatal, fatal, fatal. This is their trade-off for having a passive. Collect my pages. Hook. Unit 1. Done. Add hook fixer McCollins page. 22. 9. Fatal, weak fatal. Collect my pages. Okay, I feel like this is where we start getting... Still no starting light. Huh. Could have sworn they were using Mutilate turn 1. But maybe not. 2, 0. Oh no, 1 to 3. Nick Cullen. Canard, hardcover. Invalid skin. Nick Cullen. Hook fixer Naukie's page. 21, 10, 1 to 3. 1 to 3. 2, 0. Normal, normal. Fatal, fatal, weak. Collect my pages. Naoki. Canard, hardcover. Fixer. page. 2110. Just blunt. Limited. And fatal to blunt. Select my pages. Page. Yeah, he is 1 to 3. Okay, good. Book fixer Tayne's page. Edit. Iron Brother. Book fixer. Huh. I wish there was a select all thing that I could do for this. Anyways. This is going to get more complicated the further we go, and we have to start dealing with general receptions. But for now, we're good. And now we add, we'll leave that key page info because we're using it over again. Book of an Urban Myths Guests. It's fine for now. Add, collect my pages. Drops that. Collect my pages. Collect my Kennard pages. Collect my pages. Mutation books and Urban Myth book. Number 1. Easy, simple, and clean. Hooray. So now, we're moving on. Pierre's Bistro, we've got very little to do. Add Bistro Chef Pierre. 3518, 2 to 5. Fatal. Fatal. 35, 18, 2, 5. Is this where I stop having to mess with the light for a while? Yes, it is. Thank God. That's a bit of a pain. P. R. Collect my pages. Chapter, Urban Myth, Rarity Limited. Done. Add. Looking assistant, Jack. 33, 15, 2 to 5. And your fatal, weak fatal. Select my pages. Jack. Oh, right. Edit, you're a urban myth hardcover. Instant cooking. Almost forgot about Jack and Pierre's passives. Streetlight office. Streetlight fixer sans page. 22, 11, 1 to 4. Weak, fatal, normal. 4. Weak. Fatal. Fatal. San. That's my pages. Urban myth. Hardcover. Calm. Done. Add. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of small, you might have noticed, so I'm not going to get a comment for a while if I missed something. But it'll probably happen. 10, 1 to 4. Yeah, you did say eventually. Fair enough. All right. Fatal week, fatal week. Select my pages. Lulu. Oh, it's translated like that for this. Flaming bat. Yeah, the naming consistency might be a little bit. I think Streetlight Fixer Lulu is hardcover, and Streetlight Fixer Mars page. Remember what I said before. All right, 1 to 4, 25, and 10. Oh, absolutely. Endured. And Mars is still an object art, even without the speed, because look at these resistances. Mars. These are Star of the City hardcover resistances. Star of the City limited edition resistances, even. And this boy is an urban myth level reception. He's not got much HP, he's not got much stagger resist, but chapter, we'll put that at urban myth for now. Okay, add. All right. Week, fatal, fatal, normal week. 27 and 11. 27, 11. They're 1 to 4s, so fatal week, fatal week, edit, select my pages, Lulu, Urban Myth, paperback, edit, pen. Insert friend, page 2, Urban Myth hardcover, fatal, fatal, normal week. 27, 11, 1 to 4, downward slash. Down. Select my pages. Hulu. Yeah. I mean, the actual page that you play with has like 60 some HP and speed. So you get a better page than Mars has. Independent Streetlight Remnant Lulu's page. 30. The new record for highest HP. Oh wait, no. Didn't Jack and Pierre have 35 and 33? 1 to 4. No, wait. Lulu's 2 to 5. And she's weak, weak, normal, normal, blunt, blunt. And I'm putting her at limited because those are Walter's resistances. Aiming bat. Blunt. Food. Boost. Huh. Huh. Well, here's an interesting issue. I might have to hand code Blunt Boost and Blunt Mastery. Because I can't add these as they exist for some reason. Yeah. See, I'm searching through the passives here, and they don't exist. So that'll be fun. Shouldn't be that hard reading the description. I just gotta do a random and Gotta do a random mod 4, and if it rolls 0, then they get damage up. And for this, I just do an 8 roll, and same thing. But I won't have to do the actual mastery ones, just these specific mastery ones that have like this modifier number here, because they don't exist in the normal passive list. I think I might have to do the stunners too. Here. Stunner. Boost. Mastery. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do the masteries, stunners, and boosts on my own. So we'll leave that as is for now. And we'll get to coding later. For now, we're a limited edition urban myth page. And these two are Fatal Week, Fatal Week, Fatal Normal, Fatal Week. These two are the same ones that we just made. So we're good on that. Now we're on to the general receptions, where we've got week, week, fatal, 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 week, week. Yeah, Axe Gang exec sure does. 2713, 1 to 4. Collect my pages. Put back. Street Chef. Open wound. Urban Myth, paperback. District 23. Butcher. Page 2. 13. On the 4. Open wound. Fatal week. Collect my pages. Fatal week. Chef 2. Alright, gotta set that to myth. Add. Hook office remnants. And these guys are weak to slash, unlike their friends who were around when Hook Office was actually around. Hook. Unit 2. Edit. Book. Done. Urban myth. All right. This is an Urban Myths guests. On. And now we need Eat My Flaming Bat. Set ablaze. Flash wind, boost value, inflict to burn. Death, death. Guard, guard. Evasion and evasion. Effects. Ability. Max. Burn. Okay, inflict to burn. One. Urban Myth. Hardcover. Done. Add set ablaze. Rarity limited. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4. 3, 5, 3, 5. Want. And this one is a guard, so we're guarding. Oh, right. Forgot about the ability here. 3 damage to self. And done. Oh, hold up. I just noticed a thing in the descriptions. Okay, so this one is still 3 burn, 3 damage to self. Use my flaming bat and set fire. Deflect is all normal. Also, I gotta do Sans gather intel and silent night. Quiet night. 1 cost. 1, 2, 3. Page ability. 2 endurance. Next scene. It's dodge, slash, and pierce. 1 to 8. And 1 to 3, 1 to 3. Rarity, hardcover, chapter, very cool. Okay. Add. One to 6, 2 to 3. 2 to 6. Death. Guard. Ability. Max by 3. Max by 3. I love that the boundary of death dice ability is just Eugen. Alright. Fleet Footsteps is the same though, so that's good. Alright. On to Zwei Association. Diversion. This is a page that I discovered exists specifically from this because I don't think. Actually, no, I might have seen it in Blockma only. Or maybe not. Yeah, probably not. $35, 15, 2 to 5, weak fatal, endured. Endured. Fatal. Collect my pages. By orange, yellow, or unit 1. Edit. Keep. Why are there 2 copies of Keeping in Stride? What is up with that? Huh. I guess maybe. I looked through my combat pages to try and find it, and I didn't see it, so. Dark Alleys of the Back Streets, Volume 2. Maybe I didn't get that. Tried. Weak, fatal, normal, endured. Fatal, weak. 39, 7, and 15 still. Whoops. 2 to 5. Oh. Collect my pages. Yellow. Urban Legend paperback. Sure. All right. Page 3, because for some reason there's 3 different sets of resistances. God. 39, 15, 2 to 5. Weak, fatal, endured. Collect my pages. Orange. Keep. Be good. No, I'm not doing the Atnos 2 because they aren't normally playable to begin with. And the reason that I'm doing like Urban Myth San and Streetlight Lulu is because while they don't drop key pages, they are like in receptions and have key pages, and the abnormalities are not. Also, the abnormalities are specifically like a different type of enemy to begin with. They don't gain emotion coins. So that would be a whole thing too. And yeah, there's just a whole bunch of different stuff behind all that that would be each abnormality would be another question of do I include shimmering or not, basically. Because they have just so many different, very specific gimmicks that I don't think are something I want to handle right now. If you saw any of the Blockma streams, you'd know I was talking about a release version of that mod. I might make a release version of this mod that does, like, actually include all the abnormality stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Those in particular. Although Black Swan would actually be part of a realization page, probably, which would be very weird to try and put together. Because all the phases of the realization are activated by a passive on each previous phase. Kind of like the Crying Children, actually. All right. Speaking of which, it won't actually be that complicated to code to make the mastery and boost passives because they already exist in game. I just gotta figure out what their passive ID is. I gotta find the big list of passives in the code. I don't actually gotta write them myself like I did for Blockma. Normal, normal, weak, fatal, normal, endured, fatal. All right. Streetlight Remnant Sans page. Urban Legend, hardcover, 3518, 2 to 5. And normal, normal, weak, normal, endured, fatal. Like my pages. San Home. Oh, CAL and physical. All right. Julia. 3524, 2 to 5, slash. Fatal, weak, endured. Swordsmanship. Julia. Like my pages. I swear to God. Oh, damn, that is lucky. All right, one sec. Add blunt boost 1. Rarity common, cost 1. Description, 25% chance to... Thank you for pointing that out. Forgot I could just do that. Blunt boost 1. ID. Oh, not the Ruina ID. I mean like the literal script ID. Like if I go to Flaming Bat and I right here, this passive ability thing. Passive ability 210006. I need that in the Ruina code. You found the script ID? I'm on Blunt Boost. XML? Where? Oh. There it is. Passive ID equals 3. And level 1. Huh. So the passive ID is 3 in this XML, but the issue is all right. So I'm curious if I put passive ability underscore 3 here. Huh. If I go to penetration, does that also have colon colon? Okay. Boost blunt damage by +1. Edit. Yeah, I can tell that. I'm just like, okay. Common. Edit. Edit. Hmm. Yeah, oftentimes. Like right here, why can't I add this passive to this page? All right, I'm gonna load a little something and figure out what exactly was different. Cancel, cancel, edit. I forget how I did this now. The info for what? Yeah, there's no setting in passives. I'm gonna load the sample mod, actually. That's what I was using as a reference for a while to figure this out. Sample mod. Edit. Custom shimmering. Edit. Huh. Huh. I forget how I did this. How to add a custom passive library of Ruina invitation editor. I visited this page before, so this is probably where I got my answer. Okay. So I think I see the solution here, and it's not something I wanna do. If you don't mind, I'm gonna swap to game capture for a bit because I don't want people seeing my files. I gotta directly edit the XML file for this. I think that's what I did to put my custom passive on the Blockma mod, and it seems like that's what the sample mod did too. So if I Steam apps common there we go. And I think the mods folder is about as comfortable as I am with showing people anything. I am fine with showing that. StageModInfo.xml. Was that the thing that I modified, or was it in data? Description. It was the data XML. info, Dropbook, equip page librarian sm.xml. Max play point, start play point, passive 1. And then speed and margin, and the other one has just passive 1. All right. Yeah, basically. There aren't a whole ton of them. I think it's probably just the... Oh, wait, no, all the shimmerings. Because they're each a unique shimmering. But... And the funambulism and yada yada. Whole big old group of things. What's worse is how long this list of equip pages already is. I think I might end up splitting this mod into 6 different mods to make it easier on myself to organize things. Actually, no, it'd be 7 because it's Canard, Myth, Legend, Plague, Nightmare, Star, and Impurity. I would split it into 7. Maybe 8 if I want to split Star into 2 halves. Because there's so goddamn many receptions and books and pages in Star of the City. Alright. I probably will. I'm already considering splitting it right now. I need a rat. Book fixer, Cullen. Hook fixer, page 1. PID at origin 3. So I probably have to do that passive ID at origin. Booking assistant, Jack. So we're getting close to Lulu. Streetlight remnant Lulu's page. Passive PID at origin. Three. Save. All right. Now, if it live updates, I should be able to open this and see. Oh, right. I've had game capture up over everything. Sorry. All right, so you should be able to see this. I'm going to save. I'm going to reload this now. I wonder if I can just click this and reload it. And okay, so the passive itself gets added, but it's saying that it's an unknown passive, which means that the passive ID at origin thing isn't real. And I need to load the passive ID from here. I'm gonna reload this now. Save once more just to make damn sure. And we'll see if that loads me Blunt Boost. Select, edit, Blunt Boost. All right. And then the question, does Blunt Boost actually have the code attached properly or not? I'm a little worried it doesn't. I think we would probably be able to tell pretty easily if I added Blunt Mastery. %, chance to boost Blunt Dice Power by +1. And passive ID for that was 1009. Yeah. Okay, so here's my idea. I think if we copy over a passive with a constant effect, like Blunt Mastery or Lion's Fist, that we can really easily see the effect of happening. I think that's my best bet for testing whether or not these would work. Okay, that's Lion's Fists. Fist cost 1. And we're skipping ahead a bit to grab the passive ID for Lion's Fist. 240408. Passive ability _240408. Blunt dice power +1. And now if we go to this passive and copy, first off we want passive 2, and we'll add passive 3 here as well. And obviously if we load, if this works, then we should see in the final whole thing a constant +1 to Blunt dice. Oh, wait, shit, right. 2 passive ability underscore. No, I'm blunt. Lion's Fist is power per +1. And so if I see if Lion's Fist is working, then it should 12% chance to boost blunt dice power by +1. If Lion's Fist works when I have referenced a passive ability in the actual code, and we'll know it's the fake and not real Lion's Fist because I've named it Cookout's Lion's Fist for this. 240408. I've got that correct. Blunt dice power +1. Done. Save item. Edit. Okay. So now I save the item, and I'm going to have to close this out and go back to Ruina again. The real actual Ruina. Not the invitation editor. LOR with mods. And we're going to turn on the game capture. And turn off the display capture real quick. We'll be right back. Alright. And if this works, what we should see from using that Lulu's page is a constant +1, occasionally +2 to blunt dice. And we can test that real easy because there's just blunt dice for us to try out. Dear God, I hope this works and doesn't crash. Okay, good. The last CG we saw was Philip having a bad day. I'm sorry, buddy. Alright. Workshop. Urban Myth. Streetlight Office. Wait, what? Collect my pages. Collect my pages. Alright. Book of an Urban Myths Guests. Here we go. So now, if we equip key page, workshop, not Streetlight Fixer Lulu's friend, Streetlight Remnant Lulu. And now we're in combat pages. We want a blunt die. Nothing but loosen up. And now we're gonna go to my usual testing grounds. where I test things. So, assuming Lion's Fist works, these should be rolling 3 when they say 2, etc., through the whole thing. If it doesn't work, then we will see a blunt dice that is not colored special. And that's how we'll know that it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So I will have to hand code all of these things then. Unfortunate. Oh well. Whoops. Time for a coding adventure. I'm gonna once again turn off the display capture real quick since we're going to be seeing some stuff from my files. What's nice though is I can cut a lot of the data that I've already made like straight out of the XML files that already exist and just put them in new folders for new receptions. That makes it really easy. Create a new project. Okay. Let me find the Google Slides from their announcement. Whoop. Want to open that up. About DLL and that. All right. Continue. Continue. All right. Studio.net framework. Create a new project. A class library. Oh, it's right there. Nice. Extra passives. Create. Reference assemblies. Add reference. into assemblies, library of Ruina, assembly C#. References. Add reference. Assemblies. Browse. Assembly C#. Write your code. Build. Place it in the mod directory. Okay. Display capture can return now. Shut up, Visual Studio. All right. Namespace extra passives. Yep. Now we can see the 5-minute coding adventure. Public class, passive, ability, blunt, boost, I. Passive ability base. Override on give damage. Behavior dot damage. I forget how I checked what the dice type was. Mods, wings, resource. Oh, it wasn't resources. Only assemblies, wasn't it? Well, failing that, I can always just direct open it from Visual Studio. Go. I'm gonna right click for Blockma only. And I'm just going to straight up copy and paste the code that I did to check dice type in this. Detail. Lord Dice System Behavior Detail. If behavior dot detail equals Lord Dice System dot behavior detail dot hit, and then if rand .NET do random .NET framework random integer. Lovely. Random RND equals new random if RND dot next 1 4 equals 4 behavior dot damage adder Read only, huh? This is what coding looks like. You look at a bunch of stuff someone else wrote a lot of the time, and then you just keep looking at it. Roll dice. I guess this one's to add a max to it. Stat bonus. Ah, All right, now again, public class passive ability 1 mastery 2 passive ability base. All right, now yep, pretty much. You gotta like reading to do this, but I do like reading, so yeah. Absolutely, I readily admit that I am a fake fan who reads. That's why I like Project Moon games so much. I read their dialogue and text and passive abilities and Limbus and Ruina and all of the abnormality management guidelines instead of just sending bong bong at everything like a real fan would. All right. Now, once again, this is a test class that I'm writing here. Passive ability fake lion fist. This is a test class that I'm doing here. Public void before roll if behavior dot detail equals lord dice behavior detail hit. So this is my test class, the fake lion's fist that is fake and not real. I Okay, write the code, build the project. I don't want to hit build solution. I want to hit build extra passives. Okay. Now everything's gonna go dark for a little bit again while I find and move that DLL that hopefully generated into the mod project files. Object debug. Bin debug. Okay. Now we shall see. Okay, good. Next thing you should see is Library of Ruina with mods. No, wait. I gotta open the invitation editor and change the referenced scripts on the passives. And if this works out, we should see the blunt dice power boost from my fake not real lion's fist show up in the actual dice rolling. We should never see a normal colored offensive blunt dice. English, load item. Jesus, this takes forever now. Select folder. Edit. Passive ability. Fake lions. Done. Passive ability. Blunt mastery 2. Passive ability. Blunt boost 1. Blunt master 2. Save item. And of course, the question. Lulu still has them. Good. Oh. Collect my pages. Save item. Exit program. Back to Ruina. All right. Now again, if this works, it should be pretty obvious pretty immediately that it works. So we're going to hit up the rats and send Lulu after them. All right, again, should be pretty obvious pretty quick. Whether it works. This is a blunt die. And nothing's happening. God dang it. Alright. Quick game it is. That bonus. Nice stat bonus. Stat bonus. Damage, break damage, power, face, min, max, damage rate, break adder, multiplier, ignore power. So, before roll dice. I wonder if I can just straight up open this. Okay, so this is going to be extremely large, but we can read all of these titles and find our way down to the passives to reference something for real that I actually want. Action manager, managers. Uh, behavior. Model. Oh, sick. I can actually, like, just straight up look at these things then. Cool. So now I just go to TIFRF database and I'm looking for ID 240408. Two four oh 408. All right, buddy. Lion's Fist, how the hell do you do this normally? Before roll dice, if behavior is hit, owner.battlecardResultLog set passive ability this behavior.apply dice stat bonus. So if I put this in right here, then my fake Lion's Fist should be exactly the same as the real Lion's Fist, which means BMG. All right. So that's pretty cool. Now, if I play Library of Ruina with mods, wait, hold up, not yet. I've got to build it. Save, build extra passives. Damn, I have had a black screen without realizing. Copy, paste. Replace the file in the destination. Okay. Now if I play LOR with mods, let's see. Whether or not my fake Lion's Fist actually works. And assuming that it does, I can go ahead and continue on with making these custom receptions. And you know what? I think I will compile it all into just one mod. Extra work of organizing things be damned. Yeah. I am having fun. This is fun. I like doing this. Alright. Loosen up. Let's see. Hey. Hold up. The passives aren't even showing up there. What? What the heck is up with that, huh? So the passives show up here. And if I click the key pages and go right here, and scroll down, the passives show up here too. Oh, is the default for all pages that they are ranged? Huh. Whoops. I'll have to fix that. So, Lion's Fist should be in there. If I go in here and I attribute the actual Lion's Fist, it shows up below all the other things. But then I go into here, and I click the thing, the passives are there, and now I go into the scene, and it's just Flaming Bat and Lion's Fist. What the hell? Huh. I'm curious. Why is this happening? Huh? Let's turn on the display capture again so that there's something to look at. And take a look at the sample mod. See what I'm missing. Data. Passives. Passive list. There we go. All right. Passive list. Passive ID 2. Now if I go into my mods, go back to this invitation thing, and again, data, passive list. Passive ID 1, Blunt Boost 1. Passive ID 2, Blunt Mastery 2. Passive ID 3, Cookout's Lion Fist. Blockma only. Oh. Oh, I see the issue now. This is such a basic mistake to make. Now if I save this and close this and I reopen Ruina with mods, it'll probably work. Check this shit out. It's water, it's been 4.5 hours since I started this. Throat is dry as heck. So it's probably going to be +2 now instead of +1, but that's because I attributed normal Lion's Fist. Oh, hell yeah! Hold up. Don't trust it yet, though. Don't trust it yet, though. You cannot trust it yet. There's no telling if that displayed a 4 by accident and it was supposed to be a 5. It works! It fucking works! And now, we keep doing this until we get a +2. Or until we hit the 50-50 and deal burn. Oh wait, no, never mind. That's not the question. Okay, so that seems to work good, which means it's time to quit the game. Delete fake Lion Fist. Wait, no, that's Blockma only. I don't want to touch that. And pull up the invitation editor to remove passive number 3. And the passive list to remove passive ID 3. Save. See, this is the rush you get for actually reading, and then things come together and work the way that you want them to. It's great. Things work the way you want them to, and then it's like, hell yeah. And usually they work because you straight up copied something from somewhere else. And you don't question. You don't question why. Because if you ask, it will stop working. But yeah, now we've got Lulu's actual page. That's pretty cool. Up next, back we go to the receptions. All right. There was a fourth set of resistances for a Zwei Fixer. Select my pages. Control C. Done. $39, $15, 2 to 5. Urban Legend, paperback. Keep. All right, cool. Add. Minimum offense. Urban Legend. Hardcover. $39. 17, 2 to 5. Fatal, weak, endured. Isadora. Urban Legend hardcover, minimum offense. Collect my pages. Urban Legend, Limited. 42, 19, 3 to 5. Weak. Weak. Endured. Endured. Speed your shield. Alright. Walter. Collect my pages. Add. Stray dogs. D 24. 50, 24. Punch. That's my pages. Fifty-five, 26, 3 to 5. Weak, weak. Cool. Add slash stunner. And now you know what time it is. public class passive ability slash stun I passive ability base. Like override void before roll dice. Random RND equals new random. If RND dot next equals 1 4 equals 4. Behavior dot detail equals lore dice behavior slash DMG save and copy paste blunt stun 2 if behavior is hit, and it's from 1 to 10 greater than or equal to 8. So that's 3 out of 10 possibilities, which is 30%. Oh wait, break damage equals 1. Break damage equals 1. Save item. Passive. Passive 4. Save. Reload item. Select folder. Alright, we got slash stunner and blunt stunner now. Nice. Quick code adventure. Now we're done. So, stray dog beans page 5222 2 to 5 weak fatal. Urban legend hardcover. No, double kick. cancel, edit, click. Alright. Left my pages. Done. Dog Zulu's page. 52, 23, 2 to 5, weak fatal. Oh. Right. Like my pages. Deep breaths. Urban Legend. Hardcover. Good. Now we're on to Molar Office. Rain, Mika, and Olga. Time. 50, 21, 2 to 5. Weak fatal, endured. D 21, 2 to 5. Alright. Urban Legend, hardcover. Best choice. Mika. Collect my pages. Molar Fixer Reigns page. Urban Legend, hardcover. In times like these. Rain. Hey Rain, what are your resistances? Fatal, weak, endured. Cool. Fatal. 50, 21, 2 to 5. Cool, cool. I like my pages. Page. Speed. Margin. 55, 24, 2 to 5. Endured, endured. And now, these ones. Seven 25 2 to 5. Weak fatal. Like my pages. Whoa, buddy, you okay there? Ooh. Jones' office. Laputa. J-Hun puppet. They're different from normal puppet, I think. Or maybe they're not. The fur trim. And that's it. HJC. Now. 3725. Endured. Weak. Missing prowess. 725. Endured. Weak. New staff 3. Collect my pages. Legend. Paperback. Slashing. Nifty 23, 2 to 5, fatal weak. Five. Normal. 48, 23, 3 to 5. Like my pages. Oh god, we gotta do... Oh wait, no, they have Slash and Blunt Stunner. It's normal. Never mind. No coding adventure this time. 60, 33, 2 to 5. Normal, fatal, normal, weak, normal. Fatal, weak, axe. Group 1. Collect my pages. Save item. Save. Load item. You got the stunners. Axe Gang grunts. Axe Gang's executive. Legend. Hardcover. No, wait, this one's limited. Double axe. $65, $33, 4 to 5, week. Click my pages. Axe group 2. Done. Add. Want boost to 30% chance to boost blunt staff by +1. Blunt boost my eye. Block mastery to 24% chance to boost block dice, 24 to boost evade dice. Well, kiddos, you know what this means. One, two, lock, guard, greater than or equal to 7. Paid greater than or equal to 7. All right. And then scroll all the way down. We had 5, 2, 6, 7. All right. Passive 5 slash passive 2 slash passive 6 slash passive 7 slash passive. Oh, right. Speaking of which, we also got a oop. N greater than or equal to DMG boost. All right, done. Load item. Assuming nothing disappears. Now we've got it. Cool. All right. And that's all the urban legends. I think I'm gonna do the urban plague ones and see how long that takes. The carnival. Urban Plague hardcover. Urban my page is weak to slash. 58, 29, 2 to 5. Done. Ah, right. Book of Urban Legends. Yes. Time for another 2-second coding adventure. Here's boost. %30 to boost pierce damage by +1. Greater than or equal to 8. DMG. Alright. 55, 30, 1 to 5. Weak, weak. Weak, weak. 5, 5. 3, 0. 1 to 5. Edit. Blind. Fire. Second. Back to my pages. Right. 55, 30, 1 to 5. Weak, weak. Also got Pierce Boost. Pages. Blunt Boost. Pulse up office rep page. 58, 34, 1 to 5, weak, weak. Weak, weak. Concentration. Way. Collect my pages. Urban Plague Limited. passive 8 slash passive. Passive. Yeah, I'm making a mod. I've had to manually put together all of the passive you see on the right because for some reason they don't exist in the passive list despite existing in the game. And now the issue I'm trying to figure out is how do I set the range type on this to not be hybrid. Edit. Cancel. Dialogue. Not under urban play, not under rarity. I'm not missing an option in here. I've just got to figure out what the keyword is for this. Passive. Save. Reload the item, make sure that I can actually see my passives right. Okay. Cool, we got blunt boost there. I'm gonna try putting range type far on these two. Just see how that goes. Honestly, realistically, it kind of doesn't matter if they're all hybrid ranged types. It's just like annoying to me specifically. Anyways, we've got full stop office set, and I don't think any of these three are going to need a short 5-minute code adventure. So on office rep Salvador's page, speed, guardian, light, sig, done, Salvador skin, endured, gotcha. Object art, urban plague, 80, 39, 2 to 6. Click my pages. On office fixers page. Urban plague. Hardcover. 60, 32, 2 to 5. Week. Third. 32. 2, 5. Lone fixer. Stig. Workshop weaponry. Lone fixer. I'll swap them around, I guess, in the XML. Big. Oh, or I could just do that. Una. Done. Like my pages. Non-office fixer Phillips page. Urban plague. Hardcover. Ashen. Big. Philip. 60, 30, 2 to 5. Nerd, week. Like my pages. Save. Gaze office fixer. Oh no. Fig, hardcover, 60, 27, 2 to 5, third, weak, weak. $27, 2 to 5. Collect my pages. Um, 65, 29, 2 to 5. Nine, 2, 5. Urban Plague, limited edition. Is look. Click my pages. Day's office complete. And now I think I'm going to put these two off and go to the KK first. Then play paperback. Strike. Slash Stunner. I've already put that one in, but Kumo. These guys are endured, weak. 75, 35, 2 to 5. Like my pages. Seventy-five, 38, 2 to 5. Third week. Ah, shit. I gotta make another slash stunner. 75, 38, 2 to 5. Endured, weak. So the KK grunts also need slash stunner. Add slash stunner 2. 30% chance to boost slash stagger damage by +1. Save item. XML editor. Passive 3 slash passive 9 slash passive. Save. Load item. This is the work that goes into your favorite challenge runs. At least when they're made out of a mod. $78, $37. Thinking Shank. Razor Strike. Third week. 78. 37. 2 to 5. Click my pages. Save item. Passive 9 slash passive. Save. Load item. Add. Okay, cool. Third, week. $79, 38, 2 to 6. Save item. Third. And that's it. 79, 43, 2 to 5. 9, 43, 2, 5. Click my pages. Oink. Raw. Oink. Meek, meek, invert, invert. 74, 36, 2 to 5. 77, 39. 2 to 5. Eighty-one 45, 2 to 5. Two 34, 2 to 5. Plague, hardcover. 72 34, 2 to 5. Two 34, 2 to 5. You got 10 more health. And blunt resistance and slash weakness this time instead of pierce resistance and blunt weakness. 300, 100, 1 to 5. All right. Urban Plague, Object Art, Burning. All right, so I gotta find the passive scripts for all three of these and put them in myself. Lovely. This was going to be fun to play with, though, I think. Philip. Phil. Nerd. Nerd. Collect my pages. Done. Waxen Pinion. Philip's page. Start of each scene, exhaust all pages in hand and deck. Add new pages to hand, their cost becomes 0. Feather Shield and Seals. right. And now, first off, Phillips shimmering is 230028. Object browser. Twenty-three 0028. Why might this not recognize? Why might this not recognize what is going on? I wonder. Hmm. 230228. Whoops. 230128. This is amazing. Literally all of the code for Philip's fight is in his shimmering. Philip Shimmer, okay. Huh. System collections generic, sound, and Unity engine. Game object is a Unity class. I'm almost curious if I build this ignoring all these errors and then just module, audio module. All right. This is the real kind of 5-minute coding adventure everyone loves. How to reference Unity engine. All right. I'm going to turn the game capture on to hide my files so that I can go find where Unity is installed in order to get the Unity Engine DLL referenced in my stuff. Files Unity seems like. Most recent. Data managed. Unity Engine. Found it. Control C. Browse. Or I could just reference it right here, I guess. Okay. I guess I gotta reference core module and audio module too, actually. I'm sure they're in there. Unity Engine, core module, browse, and Unity Engine audio module. Woo! Alright, so that is hopefully Philip's shimmering. And as for the other two, they literally only exist as separate passives because, like, they don't actually do anything. It's all in Philip's shimmering. That's so funny. Anyways, edit. So it's Burning Passion, public class, passive ability, Burning Passion is passive ability base. Public class, passive ability, unstable ego, passive base. And these only exist to put a script to these two. They don't exist because of anything for real. All right, so we're looking for, we got to make sure that this is passive ability Philip Shimmer. All right, good. Save. And then up next, now we've got Shimmering Philip. Hey, the heck this do? Yeah. This has no name. I wonder if there is a script. 230013, you say? If Battle Object Manager, instance, get alive list, faction enemy, find battle unit model X into X dot passive detail dot passive list dot exists passive ability base Y into Y is passive ability 016 equals null. If it can't find this, then I guess that's for the revival from Dernier Armor. 016. This needs more context, I think. 013, 013, 013. Ah, Tamari's shimmering. And it's the power of love, not Dernier Armor. My bad. I've never had to deal with Tamari reviving anyone. Anyways, so if 016 is Tamari's shimmering, then 116 and 216 are descriptions, of course. So passive ability, Tamari Shimmer. Okay, Tamari Shimmer. Cool, cool. And now, Shimmering Love Town. Hero. The start of each scene. Exhaust all pages in hand and deck. Add new pages in. Their cost becomes 0. Tamari Shimmer. Revive the dead townspeople with 50% HP. HP goes down to 50% or lower. ... Dernier Amour. I've been reading that wrong this whole time. Dernier Amour. Urban Plague. Object d'Art. Done. 385, 1 to 5. Weak, normal, weak. Ineffective, ineffective, ineffective. Collect my pages. Marie. Add. $71, 31, 1 to 3. 71, 31, 1, 3. Ineffective. Ineffective. 71, 31, 1 to 3. Select my pages. Done. Add plague. Appointee love towns page. 71, 31, 1 to 3. Ineffective. Ineffective. Weak. Weak. Love. Townsperson Z. Collect my pages. Collect them. Weak, weak. All right. And with that, we've completed all of the normal receptions of Urban Plague. Now it's time for the general receptions. But first, that's 9, so 10, 11, 12 goes on Philip, 13, 14, 15 on Tomari, and 16 on the townspeople. Which means... Hold up. Which means... God, I've got some scrolling to do, huh? Sharp. Dawn Office Remnant Philip. Okay. So here's Wax and Pinion Philip. Which means we're doing passive 10 / passive. Passive 11 / passive. Passive 12 / passive. And that should put Philip right for passives. Passive 13 / passive. Passives 14 / passive. And for love townsperson, we want 16. Let's see. Sharp. All right. Load folder. Lovetown welcomes all. Shimmering Lovetown hero, the power of love, and Dernier Amour. Shimmering Wax and Pinion. Save item. And up next, we've got general receptions time. Rusted chain link, 70, 34, 2 to 5. Urban Plague, hardcover, 70, 35, 2 to 5. Weak, endured. Oh, no, it's fine. You are free to come and go. The point of these streams is oftentimes to be just background noise for people who want a bit of it. I do not expect people to fully follow along. But in other news, I just did the shimmering pages, and it's very funny. I know they say all the boss logic is in the shimmering passive, but I don't think you realize what they mean by all the boss logic is in the shimmering passive until you read Philip's boss logic in his shimmering passive, and then you read the passive code for Burning Passion and Unstable Shell of Ego, and you realize that they literally are just aesthetic markers that explain what his phases are. And there is absolutely no code in them. It's so funny. Chain. Rusty chain group. My pages. But yeah. Speed, open wound, sublimate, twist wound. Speed. Sub. Twist. 80, 34, 2 to 5. Endured. G10. But yeah, now that short 5-minute code adventure is over, solidarity. Workshop fixers. Ooh, Pierce Mastery. That's actually a passive that exists. Pierce, Sol. 75, 34, 2 to 5. Weak. Is 34. Looking at the time and how long it took to do Philip and Tomari, I think I might cut it after Urban Plague, but then again, the circus and crying children are probably easier, honestly, because there's not so much inter-actor action stuff going on. Chong's Office Fixers, we got 75-33, 2-5, and Bottom Deal. Wait, third. 78-35, 2-5. Five 33, 2-5. Collect my pages. All right. Add. And now we get to the pages they didn't show us. That we should have, like Stigmatize, Rue. Deck view is not possible, you say? How rude of you. Pomelin and Ram. Add Sharp Pomelin. Cost 1. 2 dice. all on clash with 3 to 8, 3 to 6. Sharp ram. 3. On Clash Booze, add 6 power. One to 4, 2 to 4, 1 to 6. Chapter Plague. Chapter Plague. Add heavy pummeling. Hit. Hit. 3, 8. Guard. Guard. 3, 6. Ice ability. Unopposed. 10. One-sided. Plague. Cost 1. Cost 1. Add heavy ram. Four, 3 to 4, 1 to 6. Def. Evasion. Evasion. Hit. 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 6. Power. 1 cost. Urban Plague. Add pointed pommeling. Heavy pointed. 1, 2 dice. 3 to 8. 3 to 6. Guard. Guard. Pierce. Pierce. 1-sided. Done. Plague. Add pointed ram. 3, 4, 2 to 4, 1 to 6. Death, evade, evade, pierce, 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 search, 6, done. Cards, chapter, urban plague, ability enemy only, search, Pomlin, ram. Would a square look nice? Triangle sounds better. Let's play. Love Town welcomes all. Ruckus, Whip of Love. Five to 10, 8 to 13, 11 to 16. Two to 7, 2 to 5, 2 to 5. Rue. Plague. Limited. Seven to 5 to 5. Guard slash blunt. Add another shield. Plague. Limited cost 2. 1, 2, 3. Seven, 7. Pierce. Pierce charge 4 to 10. Rueful Eventide 2 to 5, 4 to 6, 2 to 5. Blazing Strike, 30 to 40 on hit, inflict 3 burn. Five to 10, 8 to 13, 11 to 16. Slash Pierce Blunt. Cool. Three to 6, 3 to 7. I swear you don't get stigmatized until crying children. Six, 3 to 7. Burn. Three, 7. Plague. Hardcover. Done. Oh, yeah, because this is technically an urban plague page. Alright, save item. Stages. There's 3 types of puppet, 4 warp members, including the general, 4 of these, 4 of these, 1 of these, 4, 8, 12, 16, 19, 20, plus 3, 6, 7 children, and 3 big guys. But there's only a few, there's not a whole ton of passives between them all. I will have to put 3 shimmerings in, though. So that's going to be something. The main thing about these ones is we'll have to add these pages and these 3 and key pages for them. So that's 4 with 3 combat pages and 3 passives plus whatever Noah has. These are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just a lot. And it's quite late. Still, though, we've got like 3/5 of the game left in terms of what to do. All right. Well, I guess I can cap this off by playing around with my new toys. Let's give it a bit. Oh, this could go so wrong so quickly.
Open.
So, obviously there's the stunners, the masteries, and the boosts, but those are nothing. Those are not what I'm concerned about at all. I'm concerned about workshop, collect my countered pages, collect my pages, collect my pages. Invitation, workshop, Herald. Urban Legend. Collect my Urban Legend pages. Collect my pages. Alright. Invitation. Workshop. Invitation. Alright. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Oh, it can only display so many key pages on the rewards, huh? Alright. Time to make a mistake. Alright, we got the rats. Shimmering, waxen pinion, burning passion, unstable shell of ego. Let's see if this works. And if it doesn't, oh boy. Oh. Okay. Hey, Philip, what's your... How does your shimmering control your pages? Huh? Right. Hold up. Let me bump the resolution up real quick. No pages. If protection effect is not equal to null, destroy protection effect. So why doesn't this work? Actually, before any of that,
슬퍼하고 있는 나를 위해 대신 울어줄 사람은 없어.
There's so many pages. We're gonna shoot gun through the first phase, and that's in order to see whether or not Philip's shimmering for some reason only functions in phase 2. It'd be weird if that were the case, but stranger things have happened.
슬퍼하고 있는 나를 위해 대신 울어줄 사람은 없어. 결국 이 아픔은 내가 안고 가야 하는 거겠지.
Oh, duh. I can tell that it's not working because I don't even have the right number of speed dice. Philip Shimmer. Philip buff 1, stack equals N. Over. That's the constructor. String Philip attack. On success attack. Behavior card target. Buff list detail. Add keyword by buff. Add keyword buff by etc. Burn for owner. On round end, destroy. Philip buff 2, stack N. Damage reduction is 5. On take damage by attack. Attack dice owner. Buff list detail. Add keyword buff by etc. Burn 2. On round end, destroy. Philip Strong. On round end, destroy. Philip Ready. Philip Strong. Stack equals N. On round end, destroy. Those are just indicator buffs for the most part. But Feather Shield and Searing Sword do actually have an effect. Int pattern count, int speed dice adder, int default dice adder. Public override int speed dice num adder. So then we add 2 speed dice on wave start. So this is start of the act. Burn all is for the that one effect. And I've swapped it so it burns enemies and not the player, where it used to burn the player and not enemies. On round start, we burn all. Speed dice adder equals 0. Owner.book.set original resists. Okay, this didn't work with the stunners, but now I kind of wonder if it would work with the shimmerings. Maybe I made a mistake. You know? Two three oh 028. If this does work, that'll be great, because it means I will not have to do some bullshit. And I can just kind of, like... do normal. I definitely don't want to end stream before I've got this figured out. Did I hit LOR with mods instead of invitation editor? I think I just hit LOR with mods instead of invitation editor. Whoa. Whoa. Whoops.
Open the
All right. Back to the menu we go. Invitation editor. Listen, getting all this testing stuff out of the way now means we will never have to correct anything once we actually get going on the challenge. This is why we have development days. Well, now we have them. Last time I made a mod, I just kinda did it off stream by accident because I didn't realize, oh, I should probably do this on stream. It would be fun for people to watch, probably. Because I was just too excited about doing the mod. En done load item. Alright, here's hoping.
Open the curtain.
Oh shit, it works. Or at least it seems to. And now the question. Good. Pattern count doesn't carry over. And Blazing Strike. Okay! So Wax and Pinion works. But now I gotta ask, what about Love Town? There is no speed dice adder on this base passive. We're getting the pages as we're supposed to. We're just not getting... everything else we're supposed to get. Would a square look nice? Triangle sounds better. Huh. If there's no logic in the shimmering for an extra speed die, then where is Tamari's second speed die at the start coming from? Hmm.
Yes, I have been so afraid. Yes, I have been so distant, consistent, indifferent.
Yeah, no.
It's hard to
Tamari has
let
2
go of
dice.
that make-believe sentence. I'm sorry, actually, not really. There's just so much work, too much work to be done. Committing to commitments, hiding my indulgence, the freedom we sacrifice for love. You saw me on the first time that you gave me loyal patience and sustainability. Listen, it's hard to describe what I really.
Tamari has 2 dice. Where is that second die coming from if it's not in this passive? Because both the other ones have no code. See? They just override the debug description. Pattern count is 2-phase. Last card ID equals -1. Phase 2 initialized. Debug description is phase 2. Wave start. Set original resists. Pattern count. Update phase. If not is phase 2, and owner HP is 50% or less, it is now phase 2. If it's not phase 2, execute phase 1 pattern. Else execute phase 2 pattern. This makes sense. At no point anywhere in this passive is speed even mentioned. What? 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 What is happening with this? Where is the extra speed coming from? Where is the extra die coming from? Commonly buffed. She passes Tamari Shimmer. Stage. Stage? Maybe? And her final Bloodbath, Heart, Pinocchio, Silent Girls, Milkweed. Oh, is Remorse's abnormality called Silent Girl? Huh. Neat. Alright. Seriously, what the hell is up with that? I guess I can add a speed dice adder into one of the other passives that Tamari has if they're not actually using those for anything. $10,001. Oh, I know why it wasn't going through the code that from this. I didn't build it. Uh, well, it is nice that I've found a faster way to do these passives that do exist and have code in the game. Oh, I've just been on a black screen this whole time. I'm sorry. It's mostly just been me looking at code anyway, so it's not exactly the most legible. But I've been looking at... Hold up, let me scroll down for it real quick. I've mostly been looking at this passive ability right here, because this is Tamari's Shimmering. This is Tamari's Shimmering. And nowhere in here is there a speed dice adder whatsoever. Watch, the word speed doesn't even show up. Adder. Battle dice, battle dice, battle dice. Dice system. The only dice that show up are battle dice. Anyways. I'm just gonna hide speed dice +1 in one of the other passives then. And with that, I think I've made the kind of progress I wanted to make. I've figured out what I'm doing with this and how to do things for... I'm gonna finish this off stream, honestly. I think it's been fun to dive into the code for this part of things, but we're past all of the fun parts to show off, I think. And also, it's pretty late, so I just kind of want to call it, and next week I want to be able to actually do the challenge. So, with that being said, I will see you next week if you watch to the end here. I will see you next week with finally actually playing this Library of Ruina. Not Blockma only this time. No, don't say Blockma only. I will see you next time with Library of Ruina, but we have to play with exactly the enemy's decks. Key page, passives, combat pages, all of it. If I use a page with shimmering, that page can be the only one that I use on that floor. Period. And also I have no grind so that I don't have to waste a ton of time when I fail receptions. Anyways, thank you for watching this long. Thank you especially to the people who showed up in chat and talked with me while I was doing a bunch of boring ass code reading like a fake Project Moon fan. Good night.